Recording in progress.
All right, well, good evening. Welcome to the Scio Township Board of Trustees special meeting, May 19th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Clerk Flintoff, please call the roll. Where you started?
Carey?
Here.
Gapos? Absent. Flintoff? Here. Grant?
Here.
Noel? Here. Reed?
Here.
Riser? Here. Also present, Operations Manager Christy Aiken, Township Attorney Bill Thacker, Township Attorney Mariah Fink, and our HR Manager Aurora Northrop.
And this is the first person to vote this time?
Yeah, I wrote.
No, but which one are you starting? No? Okay. Then I'll have for discussion. Oh, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States. To the Republic. Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Are there any suggested changes? No. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as is?
I move the agenda.
Support. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Agenda is adopted as is, 6-0. All right, this is the time for members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. We begin with anyone present. If you would like to speak, please come to the table. No? Okay, Christy.
Okay, first up online is Mark Altamare, followed by Caroline Altamare. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, Mark Altamare, Scio resident, current candidate for Scio trustee in the August 4th election. I'm pretty sure everyone on the board has read the letter I sent to the board regarding a sequence of events following item 06 on the agenda of May 12th, implement a workplace violence policy, which was introduced by trustee Kathleen Brandt. I'm thoroughly astounded at what the meeting minutes have recorded of that May 12th meeting. I urge the board to carefully consider whether they should simply approve the minutes as usual. Indeed, I urge the board not to approve the minutes as written so that a more accurate representation of these events can be recorded. I'm not suggesting that anything written in the minutes is false. I believe what is included is true. But there's a reason when swearing in under oath that the judge says, quote, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, unquote. It's that middle part that closes the gap. The best way to shape a narrative is to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, but leave out the whole truth. What is written in the minutes? Following 15 paragraphs and 1,225 words of minutes on this agenda item, quote, Brandt responded that the policy is required by OSHA and is intended to address workplace violence prevention through risk assessments and written policy prevention, employee training, incident logs, investigations, and creation of culture of safety, unquote. What is recorded in the video? In my letter, which I wrote after spending time watching and rewatching the video recording of the meeting, I reported 9 separate times trustee Brandt made claims such as, quote, we are mandated to have such a policy. Quote, this is a mandated policy by OSHA. Quote, this is clearly defined what the requirements are. Twice she reiterated this claim in response to a direct question from trustee Noel. Noel asked Brandt, quote, this is mandated by OSHA, unquote? Brandt said to her, quote, yes, it's mandated by OSHA, unquote. There's no mention of any of this interchange between 2 board members sitting a few feet away from each other. In the second public comment, written in the minutes, quote, Mark Altamare, Scio Township resident, said that there was no OSHA policy that mandated a violence in the workplace policy, unquote. What I actually said, and this may not be word for word, but you can check the video yourselves. You should check the video yourselves. I said, sort of quote, I don't know how many of you voted for this based on what Trustee Brandt claimed, but I am on the OSHA website and it does not mandate a policy as Trustee Brandt claimed, unquote. Then I directly challenged Trustee Brandt to explain her claims to the public in her opportunity to respond to public comment, where she got her quote unquote well-researched information. I told her that I believed it didn't exist, but that I would really like to hear her enlighten us about what OSHA mandate she was citing. I gave her the opportunity to set the record straight. I didn't want to believe she was spreading misinformation. My challenge to her, and of course her lack of accountability during her opportunity for board response, was completely omitted from the minutes. Quote, the whole truth, unquote. It makes a difference. Thank you.
Mark, thank you, Mark. Anyone else?
Yeah, there's a couple more. The next one is Caroline Altamare, followed by Marcia Haddock. Go ahead, Caroline.
Good afternoon, everybody. Caroline Altamar, Scio resident. I want to once again thank Trustee Knoll for her advocacy of the Utilities Department and her reasonable comments regarding the workplace violence issue. Thank you, Trustee Knoll. I also wanted to respond to Trustee Brandt's comment at the very end of the last board meeting that she was using her phone during the meeting because she was used to timing public comment. I came into the meeting long after public comment, and she was on her phone repeatedly during the meeting. So I don't agree with her comment. I think that that's not just simply not true. The last thing I wanted to say is that I am very relieved that the board finally passed the employment of the management consultant, I think it's Humanergy, to address the toxic culture at Town Hall. I invite you to look at and I also invite you to look at the recognized employment anniversaries at the end of the newsletter. 2 staffers, 1 year. 1 year. We don't have any 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-year staffers. It just boggles the mind. There's lots to fix. Please do not slow walk this. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you.
Next up is Marcia Haddock, followed by Pat Stein. Go ahead, Marcia.
Hi. I just wanted to also state I came away from the last Board of Trustees meeting rather shocked at the aggressive way Trustee Brandt presented her workplace violence policy. It was forced through without Trustee Brandt answering questions from the other trustees. Then public comment from Mark Altamar revealed that Brandt's policy is not mandated by OSHA, and yet that was her wording for convincing 5 trustees to vote for it. I hope the board will vote tonight to rescind this policy in light of these facts and proceed more wisely in the future. Thank you.
Next up is Pat Stein. Go ahead, Pat.
Good evening. Pat Stein, longtime resident of Scio Township. Like Mark Altamore, I also am astounded. I'm astounded the way a few people are picking apart the board over a policy that prevents violence in the workplace. OSHA mandates that the company and businesses provide a safe place for their employees, which is what the policy that Trustee Brandt presented. Plain and simple, OSHA, as well as other federal agencies, mandate that this board provide a safe working place for employees. Plain and simple. I think everybody needs to really focus on what's going on here. A few people don't want to see a policy to prevent workplace violence. Why is that? You should all be for such a policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Hey, next up is Jonathan Greenberg, followed by Cam Boyd. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hi, despite some of the comments being made tonight, there is no policy requirement from OSHA. It's been reviewed. Clearly, the 9 times Kathleen said it was required by OSHA. It was required by, it was a mandate. Those statements were not true. There's no getting around the fact that that is clearly not covered by the General Clause 5A1. As well, MyOSHA does not require it either. You guys approved a policy based on 9 statements that were incorrect. You should rescind the policy. You rescinded other things in your tenure, so there's no reason you can't rescind this. More importantly, the notes that were put out, the meeting minute notes that you're about to vote to approve, have completely whitewashed what happened in the meeting. I cannot believe that the person who transcribed the notes and gave them to the clerk for final review removed all 9 of Kathleen's insistence of the mandate, the OSHA requirement, and replaced them with a single nebulous comment. It's a clear and unbelievable shift in what actually happened versus what's in the meeting notes. And if the person who does the transcriptions didn't do this, then the only person left in the chain is the clerk. So the clerk presumably edited the meeting minutes to whitewash Kathleen's incorrect statements. We would like to see meeting minutes approved that are accurate and reflect what happened. I hope the board, at least someone on the board tonight, makes a motion to accurately reflect what Kathleen Brandt said in her comments, in her push for this policy. And if the clerk is writing the meeting minutes, and the clerk is the one who initially proposed voting for this, the first, then maybe the board needs to look into oversight of the clerk's manipulation of the meeting minutes. Thank you.
Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Next up is Cam Boyd. Go ahead, Cam.
Thank you. Can you hear me this time? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Pam Boyd, a Scio resident. I want to remind this board of a time the previous supervisor was going to allow for changes to meeting minutes being presented at that particular meeting. However, the changes they made changed the context of the residents' public comments. Outrage made its way through the residents, and the outcome, and many of you on this board were outraged as well, was changes were reversed and their original statements were kept in the minutes. The action in these board minutes to dilute the OSHA mandate gate is potentially lying by omission. Please be honest. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
And
No, nobody else. I think public comments is over.
I've got computer problems and you couldn't hear me last time, so I worried that you wouldn't be able to hear my microphone, so I came in person.
It's fine.
Yeah, you could also go outside and call it in
Well,
the line, which would be silly.
Before we start the timer, is the HVAC system broken? It's incredibly hot in here.
I wouldn't say broken, it just needs some work. Just the air comes off today, it's being worked on.
Okay, thank you. In 12 minutes, the word mandate never appears during the discussion, despite its use 6 different times, and used as justification for compliance 9 total times. Why is that? Who edits the minutes that Cheryl wrote? The mandate was an essential part of the justification for this policy. Why isn't it recorded that way? I believe Kathleen was caught in a lie during that meeting, and none of that is reflected in the recorded minutes. It is critical that the detailed minutes that we've been getting for the last several years are an honest reflection of what was said. That didn't happen for the May 12th meeting. Jessica, do you edit the minutes? It's bad enough the workplace violence policy is weaponized against Jillian. We don't need the minutes weaponized too. Kathleen, I believe you lost a lot of credibility last week and worry that anything you say from now on will have to be double checked to see if it's true. Please correct the minutes to accurately reflect Trustee Brandt's 9 false claims about the OSHA mandates and compliance before they are approved. The workplace violence prevention policy should be rescinded because it was adopted on the basis of those false claims. We ask the board to exercise oversight over the clerk's role in finalizing minutes. Given that the clerk who edited the record is the same clerk who motioned the policy, the record was edited to protect. The noise ordinance in the agenda packet tonight does nothing to address party barns. Section 1633A3 about loud music has been on the books for years and has done nothing. Scio Township needs a specific ordinance about noise related to party barns. As Lieutenant Krassenberg suggested, Pittsfield Township found a way to address similar issues in their township, and Scio could use that as an example to develop their own ordinance. Section 1634E2 is an unreasonable standard that a decibel meter be calibrated immediately before and after a measurement. That standard should be that a meter is calibrated to industry standards and schedules. As many residents have asked for over the last 5 years, Scio Township needs a noise ordinance with enough consequences to force uncooperative businesses into compliance, including empowering the sheriff department with an ordinance that allows them to write tickets. We need a forensic audit. David Rowley said, if you weren't such a fluid township, you would already be bankrupt. That was 5 years ago. He also recommended a detailed forensic audit to find out where all the money went and the associated decision trees. That too was 5 years ago. Many people on this board were elected 18 months ago based on the understanding of residents that you believed a forensic audit was necessary. We need you to adhere to your campaign promises and finally begin the forensic audit you promised. Mariah, at closing public comments last week, I asked you if you would be adding the supporting documents for your search for the third-party investigation firm into the agenda packet. You didn't respond. As of today, those supporting documents are still not in the agenda packet. Why? All we know is the name of the company and the cost. We have no information about the search process, the results of the search, the proposals from the 2 firms that did respond, or the scope of the investigation. When will residents be given the information about this investigation? Please choose to respond to these questions tonight. Thank you.
All right, would you like to final HR the table? Sure.
Last thought, we discussed whether to give up local control of, I don't agree with giving up any local control to any state or federal. And that's my one comment. And I'm glad to see the PUD on. And I really hope we go with the Huron watershed to give wide girth to the river and creeks. And that's it. Because I saw Concordia. We'll see what U of M's planned for that land. Hopefully not a data center, but it's really good you're discussing the PUD. Because as we all know about our sewer system, if more people want to plug into that, it's going to cost. So I want to see whoever develops pay for some of that. Anyway, that's it.
Thank
You
you,
can see
Paula.
it.
Thanks, Paula. Okay. Okay, we're gonna take one more online. Tracy B. Go ahead, Tracy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, I just joined, so sorry if I'm out of the loop somehow. I want to make comments on the minutes approval that's on this agenda as well as the last meeting. Is this the appropriate place to do that?
Go ahead, Tracy.
Okay. I want to focus on the prevention of workplace violence and the workplace violence. I'm really dismayed that it was passed, not because one isn't needed, but because of how it rolled out and how the whole conversation went. I was dismayed that the preface that was put in the agenda was, in my opinion, a jab at a fellow trustee. It was superfluous and it was unprofessional. And I was very dismayed to see that was put in the agenda as the preface for the need for a policy. There were also questions about whether or not it was really mandated by OSHA. Lots of other people have commented on that, so I'm not going to do that. I also thought that Supervisor Carey's response was in the same vein, in that it was focused on her own feelings and agenda and, dare I say, grievance. There weren't any details in the actual policy about how it was going to be rolled out. There were no details about training or prep, just here's a form that anyone can use. And even, as other commenters have said, it could be weaponized. I also noticed that aside from supervisors, the HR director is the one to whom these complaints will go. And I want to remind everyone, the HR manager is not a neutral party. The manager is a management function. And everyone is aware of that, whether you acknowledge it or not. Workers are aware of that. You have a union now. The way that this has been rolled out could potentially be ripe for a grievance. And quite honestly, it would not surprise me. I say this from experience. I was a federal employee my entire career. And the bulk of that career, I was, among other things, the HR director and the management rep to the union. I think that including the management rep director as the one person to whom these complaints can go to, aside from a supervisor, is not really the best way to go about it, because it will make employees feel like they're just giving management more fodder to behave in the same way. So I would encourage you, when you put this in place, if you actually do roll it out, to be more thoughtful about what tools you give employees, how you train them, how you encourage the use of this to be used for legitimate complaints by explaining what they are, and look at it in a more robust and complete way. The way that it was rolled out, I think, is a disaster waiting to happen. So that's all I have to say. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thanks, Tracy. All
Okay, board response. Trustee Noel, we're beginning with you. If you have any.
I do. Do you, John?
No, I think she's going by the voting order.
I am.
Oh,
She's got a system.
okay.
You can,
Okay.
you can,
A couple things. I also was concerned to read the minutes and the fact that the characterization of the OSHA requirements as a mandate repeatedly during our discussion at the last meeting was not noted in the minutes. And so I actually have a couple questions for Jessica. Jessica, you get a rough draft from the person who transcribes them, right? Would you be willing to provide board members with the rough draft that you got for the minutes so that we could review it?
Yeah.
Okay. When could you do that?
I mean, anytime, but I think that the time to make edits to the minutes would be under F1.
Okay.
Proposed,
Okay. I just wanted to get that information
yeah,
in advance.
Any changes to 6. The language provided was directly from Cheryl. I didn't make any. I'm looking at 06.
Okay.
The discussion there. Is that what you're talking about, Kathy? Are you talking about the discussion under 06?
I am
Because I didn't-
talking about the complete section that's represented in the minutes.
About
Let's
the-
see, let me see what pages it's
Okay.
on. Yes, 06 starts on page 18 of the minutes. Goes
Yeah, I
18,
didn't make any
19.
changes. If I made any changes, it was a period or
20.
a misspelling, Kathy. I didn't make a change to a word or anything greater.
Okay,
Yeah, these are direct from Cheryl.
okay.
So if you have,
Could I see them anyway, though? Could we go
Yeah.
ahead and see them?
yeah, of course,
And
right now.
Can our approval of the minutes be postponed to the next meeting, which the next meeting is our regular meeting?
So
which-
this is technically a regularly, I'll defer to Mariah, but this is a regularly scheduled work session. And the way that we've interpreted that before, because it's part of our annual regular schedule, we have payment of the bills. And as you know, Kathy, approval of the minutes typically, certainly the board can determine to do whatever it determines to do, but there's no change. And it's pretty, quite a allegation to suggest that there's something going on here. There's
Okay.
no changes made to this. So, and if you have any changes, these are the draft minutes. And it would be appropriate when we get to approval of the minutes for you to make whatever amendments you see fit.
Excuse me. Under the OMA, Mariah, can we approve these at the next regular board meeting if we wanted to? Could we defer it for a week? I thought in that it said the next regular meeting, but if we're calling this a regular meeting, okay. Okay. Okay.
But I can definitely find it, but as I said, nothing was changed in this section. And it doesn't really matter because these are the draft minutes and we can make whatever amendments you see fit.
Okay, when we get to that section, then I'll have an amendment. I'm done. No,
Okay.
thank you.
Let's see.
And
Trustee,
I'm just on my phone to find that. So
sure. Trustee Reed, you're next.
I have no comments regarding the minutes themselves, but if I look at the agenda, it specifically calls this a special meeting of the board rather than a regular meeting of the board. Now, I don't know if semantics here, I don't know if that makes any difference. But also, in our normal regular meetings, we have an item called board member response. And in this agenda, we do not. So I'm just wondering, did we omit that? Or is a special meeting, we don't have response?
Okay.
Okay.
So minutes, this is under the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15-269-1. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but the end of it is the public body shall make any corrections in the minute at the next meeting after the meeting to which the minutes refer. The public body shall make corrected minutes available at or before the next subsequent meeting after correction. Corrected minutes shall show both original entry and the correction.
Right. And I would just say on the template, Christy was kind enough to set this meeting up. Again, that template that says special meeting is just part of the template, David. Certainly it was called as part of our regularly scheduled meetings that we scheduled at the end of 2025.
I was just commenting, I mean, special meetings could be different than regular. I just wondering if we omitted that on purpose or by mistake. That was my only question. So.
No, I can speak to that. Well, first of all, in Granicus, I have two options. One is regular meeting, which has a template agenda, and the other option is special meeting. There's no way I can change the title, so I have to pick one or the other. Secondly, I follow the rules of order. If it's not a regular meeting, then I follow the rules of order for what would be a special meeting. Since this is a work session, clearly we didn't need all of the public hearings and everything else that comes in a regular meeting. So to cut down the agenda, I followed the rules of order for special meeting.
Okay,
And if we had all the time in the world, we could make lots of templates, but.
well, we're doing something that's not on the agenda is my point.
Well, right, and I'm going by memory
We
of our,
should
and
just
this
amend
is a
the-
regular. This really is a regular meeting because we
Mhm.
did, and then we also have one in August and then another one later on.
Mhm.
And we set that schedule, so this is not a big deal. We can just follow and I think we should have board response or maybe just eliminate it altogether. I don't know, because we're talking throughout the rest of the meeting. But anyways, we began it, let's continue. So Trustee Reed, do you have anything else?
Done.
No? Okay, thank you. Trustee Riser.
No, thank you.
Oh, well, actually, you brought up what I was going to comment on was the special meeting part of this. So I'm going to pass this on to Clerk Flintoff if you have anything.
Nope.
Trustee Brandt.
No, I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Let's move on to approval of the minutes. Possible action, approval of the minutes of the May 12, 2026 regular Board of Trustees meeting. So Trustee Knoll, you were up first again.
Okay, so what I would propose is a simple one-sentence addition that would read.
Where are you at, Kathy?
I would propose it at the end on page 20 of the minutes.
Okay.
So, before I ask the paragraph that reads, Noel asked whether the labor attorney had said that the township was out of compliance and whether other municipalities had similar policies. Before that paragraph, I would propose this following sentence. Trustee Brandt repeatedly referred to a quotation marks mandate, end of quotation marks, from OSHA regarding workplace violence, comma, when in fact OSHA offers only guidelines on this issue.
If I could make a comment, we need to report what happened in the meeting. It's not we need to say what was said. So
Okay,
I think the first part of your sentence might capture that. I think the second part of your sentence was not
You
stated.
can put a period after violence. So it would read, Trustee Brandt repeatedly referred to a mandate from OSHA regarding workplace violence.
Is there
As the rationale for, let me finish it.
Okay.
As the rationale for enacting a workplace violence policy, period.
Is there a second?
Are we going to have a vote in a second for each correction?
I suggest we do in this matter.
I'll support it to get it on the floor.
Okay, so a roll call vote then?
Okay, and Kathy, so I have it right. Trustee Brandt repeatedly referred to a mandate from OSHA regarding workplace violence as the rationale for enacting
A workplace violence policy.
Okay.
I'm under discussion. I have a little.
Regarding
this. Of course, just this.
Okay, go ahead.
The paragraph above says that the policy is required by OSHA. I think mandate by OSHA and required by OSHA is pretty redundant, but if you want to get the verb or the noun, I guess it would be, I guess not, it can be either. Mandate, I'm okay. So I'll vote for this.
Yeah, it seems pretty meaningless, so I'll support it.
Well, I said redundant, not meaningless.
Yeah. Oh, I'm supporting it because I think it's meaningless. I want to move forward.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Please call, roll call vote, please.
Noel?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Brandt?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay, so, wait, hold on.
I'll wait for my.
Trustee Reed, do you have any?
No.
Oh, okay. Trustee Riser.
I just think our minutes are too long, but it's how we do it. Other townships, municipalities have much shorter minutes, but we like the long version that we can fight over in our extended meetings, and that's how we do it. So that's fine. But is there the best minutes of what we said are on that video, and maybe the second best is on that transcript that's being recorded beneath it. Is that available for the public? Like,
Yes, it's published. It's published on our website.
The video or the words at the bottom?
The video, which includes the Zoom closed captioning. I've looked into the cost of actually getting professional transcripts. It's cost prohibitive.
I'm not asking you to do it, but I mean, we could always say for the full transcript, see the Scio Township.org or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's evident to anybody who goes to the website for the minutes. Right next to it says video.
Okay.
I just said the video has the closed captioning right down below. So, and certainly I wouldn't suggest we rely on Zoom transcripts. They're not professional. An actual transcript takes humans.
Yeah, it calls us Scio Township.
Okay.
It really does.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Sometimes. Okay, my turn. On page 3, under public comments, Tracy, I believe it's Tracy B, not Tracy E.
Oh, thank you.
That's easy to. And let's see. Okay, now that's just a note for myself. I think that's a note for myself. And there was another one though. No, I guess that's it. Looking at Treasurer Gable, he's not here. Clerk Flintoff, do you have any? Trustee Brandt?
No changes.
Okay, then is there a motion to adopt the minutes of May 12th as amended?
So moved.
Support.
Okay, right. I've got Riser and Reed.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Minutes are approved. 6-0. Thank you. Oh, consent agenda H1, payment of the bills. It's the only thing under the consent. Clerk Flintoff, this is.
Yes, a few more bills to get approved. As you know, we're trying to get caught up for May 31st to make sure we've got all the year-end bills paid. So would respectfully ask for approval of the proposed claims for payment for May 20th.
I'll move the consent agenda.
All in favor say aye.
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 Consent agenda is accepted. Payment of the bills adopted. Unfinished business, I1, possible action to set board priorities and delegation of a negotiation team for the TPOAM union contract.
I move that we go into close. Is this a close?
No.
It could be.
What? We're going to talk about our strategy in a public sector.
Well,
and I miss. Help me out.
If I could, I know Aurora brought this to the table. My understanding is we've received notification from the union that they would like to negotiate. So we need to set a special meeting for this board in order to presumably have a closed session to talk about strategy. And also we need to appoint a negotiating team. I think we need to do what we always do, which is first meet as a board in closed session in order to discuss strategy, to figure out what we're doing here and what the timeline is.
Okay. Well, there's actually 2 motions within one. So to create the
I was just
negotiation
suggesting you
team.
just at least just set the special meeting so we can all talk about it.
So
No, just as a team.
My suggestion is that we all talk about the strategy first. I don't know if there's value in setting a team who has no direction or authority yet. It seems like it would make more sense for the board to talk about it, but that's just me. Yeah, that's my suggestion, is just that we would call for a special meeting for the purpose of holding a strategy session of the Board of Trustees regarding TPOAM union contract negotiations. And we can either direct our operations manager to schedule this meeting. We can put some dates on the table here.
Could we try and decide on the meeting date tonight?
I don't have.
I mean, certainly it would rely on our labor council's availability.
He's here.
I know, I'm acknowledging that he has a schedule. He's so sure.
Him indeed here.
Yes.
Figment of your imagination. I have my calendar as well.
Thank you.
All right, Bill, we will begin with you. You're the hardest one to pin down next to Mariah.
How soon would the board be looking to do it?
Tonight?
Maybe next week.
Could we do this? Could we include it as a, for what's the next, the 26th? Is that our next meeting?
Was it at the end?
Well, we don't want to.
We could have a 5 p.m. meeting.
Oh, before? Yeah.
Means I could do this week, I could do tomorrow, the next day. Next week, I could do Monday or
No, not Monday.
not Monday.
It's Memorial Day.
Holidays don't register.
Well, what?
I ask, why can't we do it right now while he's here?
We could, if time allows. I think we have a big agenda, but I'd be happy to, John.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to just do this and if I'll promise, I'll shut up and listen to him and it'll go a lot shorter.
Could we, we're going into closed session. Well, if we vote, could we do 2 topics or would they have to be, we have to come out and then vote to go back in?
Come out, come in, they're separate.
Is it cooler in that other room?
No.
So does it make sense to stay here then instead of romping over, coming back and coming back over?
Yeah, the only concern is just the Zoom.
Because we can't turn it off or shut it off.
We can, we don't fully trust it because there's been instances where people have unmuted. And if you end it, it's not. We got it. Yeah.
Somebody.
The other rooms for that explanation.
So I would make a motion. I would make a motion then to, because the board would like to have a closed hearing for a strategy session connected with the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement, to go into closed session.
Is that pursuant to,
Thank you, John. Pursuant to MCL 15.268 subsection C.
That needs a 2/3 vote as well.
No. But I asked for a roll call.
Yep, sure. Is
Support.
Your support, yeah. Go ahead.
Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Grant.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. We're now in closed session at 6:44. The public is welcome to stay here. The board will return when we come back to open session.
We just go in the parking lot.
I will say, hey, you can see it at the picnic table. Are we live? Hot mic?
Okay, is there,
No, we're not live.
Recording in progress.
is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
And, okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Clerk Flintoff? Sure.
Ready as well.
Okay, go ahead.
I would
take your time.
I would like to make a motion to direct the human resources manager, the operations manager, and then the operations director once onboarded, and the township labor attorney to serve as the negotiation team with the TPOAM union.
Support.
Well, friendly amendment.
Yeah, I support it now. Is there a second we can talk about
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I made the motion. Riser support.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're confusing us. So operations manager will be,
I said operations manager and then the operations director once onboarded.
So I would do it until, and then when he arrives, he would take my place.
okay, but I thought I heard that you would be a backup.
I
if
would be
he
a
said-
backup.
Would you like her to be a backup?
Would you like to be a backup?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Good.
So
Because this makes it sound like she, oh, wait a minute. And
we could say operations manager and then operations director.
first,
Okay.
and then manager
As backup.
as backup when requested,
As needed.
as needed, as, or it's up to you.
Whatever my almost new supervisor, the operations director, needs me to do, he'll let me know.
Right.
If he's needs to work on something else and he needs me to attend, he'll say, Christy,
Yeah. I think
this is what you're doing today. And I'll be like, aye, aye, Captain.
Yeah, but we're creating a motion here, so.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's whatever is asked. So
if I could suggest to direct the HR manager, the operations manager, and then the operations director once onboarded with the operations manager as backup as directed, comma, and township labor attorney as the negotiations team with the TPOAM union.
Re-support.
Re-support, thank you. I was looking for a re-support.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those, any opposition? No, everybody's looking down. Okay, motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Something.
Item J1.
I would like to make a motion,
Yep.
if you'd entertain it.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion to move into closed session to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute pursuant to MCL 15.268 subsection 8 in regards to the May 12th, 2026 attorney-client privileged communication we received.
Support.
Yeah, it is. It's under J1, written instruction to labor attorney is just, but under the agenda item. Yeah, so all in favor, say aye. Aye. Oh, sure. Yes, go ahead. Robert.
The reason I have to go roll call?
I think it's 2/3.
Have to make sure we have 2/3.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's 2/3.
Thank you, John. Noel?
yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Riser?
Yes.
Harry?
Yes.
Flintoff? Yes. Grant?
Yes.
Motion adopted 6-0. We're now in closed session.
Physical therapy. No, that's the call.
All right. Bill
Bill
was stuck. He was stuck on the other side.
That's so I
Recording
waited
in
for him.
progress.
Okay, is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Support. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? David. Clerk Flintoff, go ahead.
I have a motion to direct the labor attorney to respond to the matter as discussed in closed session.
Support.
Roll call?
Okay. Noel,
Yes.
Reed,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Grant,
Yes.
motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vera.
Have a
Good night.
J2, discussion only, discussion of potential ordinance amendments and new ordinances. And is a code enforcement officer?
He is. He and I've been texting and I put her on, I told him no.
Okay.
So I spoke with Keith earlier today. He's available for questions, but I'm gonna start.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
and Laura is online as well.
Oh, good. Yeah, Laura too. Okay.
So I made you some worksheets. We're gonna do a little exercise. There are 3.
Thank you.
I'm not,
Thank you.
no. Okay, so we're gonna start with vacant buildings. Vacant building ordinance generally is it's a general code ordinance, so it doesn't go through the planning commission. It's not part of our zoning code. And it's designed to identify usually commercial buildings that are vacant for a period of time so that we can make sure that they're keeping up the grounds, the building itself, but also so that the fire department and sheriff's department knows when they get a call to one of these places, what the status is of the building. I did talk with Chief Hood earlier today about his take on a vacant building ordinance, whether or not it was important to him from a fire perspective. He said it's very low priority. They don't have a lot of vacant building fires in Scio Township, and neither one of us could quite figure out how the database would match with dispatch in order for them to know. These worksheets, it's a little bit goofy, but the first question, and it doesn't have to be answered tonight, but the first question is, does it make sense for us to have one of these ordinances? The main concern I have about a vacant building ordinance is that we're talking about a completely new administrative task. People have to register the building, someone has to keep up on the registration. We would want the building owners to check in with us periodically, or we would need an inspection program. So some of the things I have on here are, if you decide that you want to do a vacant building ordinance, would you, and the way I created these is by looking at other municipalities' ordinances. So some of them say building vacant more than 30 days, some say more than 60 days. So I put 30 or 60, you can check next to whichever one makes the most sense to you, or you can write in something else below. If you don't want this at all, just write over on the side, I don't care, I don't want it, whatever. You're gonna give these back to me at the end of the night so that I can draft something to bring back to you later. And then categories type, do we care about vacant residential properties? Do we need to know if something is sitting vacant? Do we care about commercial properties, or do you want both of them? I forgot to put both, so you'd have to write. And then registration, in order for this to work, we have to have some sort of registration system. And then the question is, are we charging a fee for people to register these, or are we not charging a fee? And then would the fee be an annual fee or a one-time fee? I also, didn't put that on, but you can write them in. And then are we inspecting these, or are we relying on the building owner to keep us up to date about whether or not the building is vacant? Jess.
Thank you. When I think about any sort of registration or inspection process, because Terry and others of us are always kind of reconciling the different lists of properties and the addresses and the differences between those. I think it's a huge amount of work to do that, which we can do. But if this is really a need, when I think about, potential like business licenses or, do we want to have our own building department? Or really kind of like rental inspection, that feels like there's more of a need there, more pressing need than this, in order to do all of the administrative work of registering buildings. So my feeling is that this is not so important, but I would be interested in some sort of registration and inspection program if it could hit more boxes like rentals or business licenses and things like that.
So one other thing, and this is comment that Keith made earlier today. So, and if Keith can raise his hand if he thinks I'm misstating what he said, but when we talked about it in our code enforcement meeting earlier today, he said that one of his concerns is like a dilapidated building or grounds that aren't being kept up. So one of the options that we talked about in that meeting is, it doesn't appear that Scio Township has adopted the property maintenance code. Those things fall within the property maintenance code. So it could be as simple as adopting the property maintenance code, which would authorize code enforcement to say this building is not being cared for, and discuss that with the property owner and or cite them for a violation of the property maintenance code. That's another option. Yes.
So I think that segues into what would have been my question, if our blight ordinance would be sufficient. But I believe you're now saying this property maintenance ordinance would be a better idea.
Well, I mean, that's a third option, is to beef up our blight ordinance. Our blight ordinance is really concise. It doesn't have a lot of things that other blight ordinances and some of my other communities have. So that would be another way to handle it. The property maintenance code is a little, I mean, it might be a little more, it might be a little too broad, maybe. And maybe you would want your blight to narrow the things that you're more concerned about.
What would the benefit of a vacant building ordinance be? I'm hearing different things here, but what would the benefit, just overall benefit?
So the overall benefit from a code enforcement perspective would be making sure that our buildings are being cared for and not falling into disrepair. Because we would know that they're vacant, we would have standards that say when your property is going to sit vacant, you need to still do these things. I don't know if you've noticed, like a vacant property is more, we don't have a lot of graffiti in Scio, but like a vacant property, it's more likely that it's going to collect garbage that blows, or the building's going to start to fall down. Like
Pizza Hut.
People generally care for what they're pizza. Yeah, the whole Pizza Hut. That's a really good example. Although it got really bad when there was no there too.
Yeah. One other question. So you're saying property maintenance code, adopting that? Are you talking about the international property?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that's Bryce Kelly was. He brought that up, that we had adopted that, which was not true. So I did research on it, and that is a membership, and it's quite expensive. So, and I talked with Laura, this is years ago, so I don't know, maybe things have changed, but it is a membership. And we have to go through a lot of hoops to get that membership. That's why the county does have only a portion of the international property maintenance code, and it's just very specific what they have adopted, but it can be pretty broad, but we could pick and choose.
We could also, we could do that with a blight ordinance. I can't even count how many blight ordinances I've done over the past couple of years, and some are more successful than others. So I think I have a pretty good idea. So I could also bring you a blight ordinance. We could look at that and decide whether that would cover what we're.
And could we, in the blight ordinance, include vacant buildings, or would that have to be separate?
We can include vacant buildings in the blight ordinance. It wouldn't be a registration, though. It would just be if your building is vacant and windows are out or doors are hanging and whatever would be cited.
So when my turn.
Go ahead.
So Ann Arbor has a dangerous building ordinance. They have a grass vegetation ordinance, they have short-term rental ordinances, they have vacant building ordinances. We require registration and then a periodic inspection. There's a walk around to make sure it hasn't been breached from the back and raccoons are getting in, or that and we have vacant buildings that are problematic, both in the commercial context, although they're generally more obvious because they're on a road, but we have them where someone dies and someone inherits it, and they're gonna get around to it, or someone goes in a nursing home, and it just it really does fall into a rehabilitated state. So if you have a vacant building and there's a registration, now we charge a $30 fee or whatever we charge to walk around it. But it's not an empty house. It's a house oftentimes that's been empty for years, sometimes decades. But we're an older city I'm telling you, some of these things are just crazy how bad it gets with the trash and the grass. And so it's not the fact that it's vacant, it's that ain't nothing happening to it. It keeps deteriorating. Neighbors get really upset about that. It's the value of they claim the value of the property, and so I would be for, thank you, I like your directness. I would be for a vacant building ordinance that requires a registration and a periodic inspection so that if it's a problem, they can use a better tool. But I also defer to Keith and to Mariah as to what tool they think they need to address these when necessary.
So what I'd like to do tonight, I appreciate that statement, but monologue. What I'd like to do tonight is get some of this dialogue, but also get these worksheets back from you. I don't need you to decide tonight to go forward with something super specific. I mean, if 5 of you give me back a sheet on vacant buildings that says, I don't want this, I want something else instead, I'm probably bringing you something else instead, right? So it's not really, I guess I don't need any one of you to convince another one, because I'm not unless you decide that you want to. I wasn't expecting you to vote specifically on something tonight. So maybe noise.
It's all
this. Does that make sense? Yes.
One other thing is that the more ordinances we have, we're going to, and let's say we pass a vacant building ordinance, not tonight, but in the future, we're going to have the manpower or woman power or person power to do all of this.
Yeah, and that is another thing that Keith said today, is that he's pretty maxed out at I think he works 24 hours a week, and the codes that he's already enforcing are filling that time. So yes, if we add extra code enforcement, you might need more code enforcement hours. Question. Typically, how is the jurisdiction notified that a building has become vacant so that they can become registered and can collect that hefty fee to cover the fire inspector and other code enforcement officers' time? How is the jurisdiction notified that a building becomes vacant? And then how do you find a person who owes you that fee? Well, the way that I would do it is if you're going to do, for example, if you're going to do it with commercial buildings, we would send out a letter to all the commercial buildings saying, if your building is, here's this new code, if your building is going to be vacant for more than whatever number of days you've chosen, you're required to register. So that might be something we could, if we did this, we could fold it in with our fire inspection process, because they're the only ones that are in touch with all of our commercial buildings.
Yes.
Potentially.
But
yeah.
usually how, in an arbor, it comes from neighbors who are upset that house looks like that for as long as it does.
Sure.
And then we reached out, and we use BSA and other commercial databases to find out who the owner is, who the heirs are. Sometimes the worst case is when you get one of these, it's on like trust.
Yeah.
It's just been vacant for years.
What do your fees look like?
I don't know, but we could set something minimal to send Keith or
well, yeah, I mean, because currently code enforcement is just all general fund.
No, but it should be a fee. I think it should be a fee.
I mean, it should be a pretty
my fee
robust
access fee.
Yeah.
My preference is that the township attorney and code enforcement officer bring a recommendation specific to Scio based on your best knowledge.
And I would suggest referring with fire as well. You know, we need our names on here too, so you can. Well, questions, but keep these for the employer.
Oh, I misspelled my name.
See the circle and the star, the circle and the star. Great, thank you.
Okay. We thought that went okay. That was, we can go on to the next one.
Yes.
Noise.
Noxious weeds.
Oh, noxious
and
weeds.
grass.
Noxious weeds. Yeah. Noise.
Okay, noxious weeds and grass. So some of these that we're talking about, the vacant buildings, is really more common in a city than it is in, Scio Township. We want to think fancy. We're still pretty rural, right? Same with noxious weeds and grass. Like generally you find this in a city, which doesn't mean we can't have it here, but we want to make sure that it's not too broad, right? We don't want to get the guy that wants to have his voluntary prairie. We want to be able to allow people to have no mow, I would assume. We probably want to target smaller properties, although a lot of the smaller properties in Scio are in neighborhoods that have an HOA who's already controlled.
Right.
So one of the biggest problems that code enforcement has seen about noxious weeds and grass is Jackson Road, the Jackson Road Boulevard. Some of the vacant parcels, and then some of the sort of commercial industrial parcels where it's just not getting mowed. So, I mean, this can be very tailored. It can be, the first 15 feet from the edge of the sidewalk onto your property needs to be mowed. It can be anything in front of your building to the sidewalk has to be mowed. Like if that's what you want to do, you can really tailor it. I know that Keith and Christy have worked on complaints where grass and other vegetation has caused a problem with sidewalk use. We do have an ordinance about maintaining vegetation along sidewalks, I believe, where it would require people to trim trees. Not sure about grass. So that's sort of where this one came from. So some of the options that other communities have used is this height of 6 inches or 8 inches. Earlier today, someone was talking to me about 10, which seems a bit high to me. The type specific, so if you look at, I think it's Lodi Township has a very specific noxious weeds ordinance where they actually list the scientific names of a bunch of things they don't want you to be allowed to grow. And then in other places you just must keep all vegetation at a certain level. So that's what the type is, specific or everything. Exceptions, we can do exceptions by size of parcel. So a couple that I looked at were 1 acre and smaller had to be maintained. One was if you're 1 acre and smaller in a residential neighborhood, so it wouldn't be your more rural. And then by use of parcel, do we want it to be residential? Do we want it to be commercial? Just the same, I don't want anyone to have to cut their grass. I added no mow May on here because that's a program that I think is important. And other people seem to think is important. That's about pollinators, right? We're not going to require people to mow early in the season that we're cutting down everything that pollinators like. And then usually in the cities that use this, they have, the way it works is the person who hasn't cut their grass gets a notice and they get 10 days to cut their grass. If they don't cut their grass, then the municipality has the right under the ordinance to go out and cut the grass and send the bill to the homeowner. And if the homeowner doesn't pay within a certain period of time, then that goes on their tax bill. And most of them that I looked at, it's a 1 notice per season. So if you don't cut, if you're required to cut starting in May, and you don't cut in May, you get a notice, and you don't cut in June, you're not getting a new notice. The May notice is for the entire growing season. So that's what this last one is. If we're gonna do this, do we want to say 1 notice per season, or does a person get one every time they buy it?
2 things.
go back to, you said along sidewalks, the trees, we have that ordinance.
I think we have something that allows us to regulate vegetation that's hanging down and obstructing.
Okay, and the other, one more.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, and if we pass something where we give them a notice 10 days and that's for the whole season, and somebody, let's say it's a little old couple that can't mow their lawn and they're strapped for money, and somebody volunteers and they go and mow it, are we sending the sheriff out to ticket that Good Samaritan, because it's happening in different areas of the United States?
I mean, I don't think we care if somebody else mows.
Yeah, no, this is really happening. It's awful.
No, I don't think we care who mows the grass. We just want the grass to be mowed.
Okay.
If we're gonna do it in work sessions.
So what are you looking, what direction are you looking for us? What it says here?
Yeah, do we think it's necessary? So, I do have these comments on the side, like I said, you can say, I don't care about this, don't do this, it's stupid, or you can say, yeah, this would be really great, like, just some comments, so we have an idea of what direction we could be moving in, so we can bring you a draft order.
So if I could add something, I think that having low trees over sidewalks or low trees over roads when you have priority ways, snowplow and Amazon trucks are tall. So I think have trees on the easement or lawn extension or right of way should be at least 8 foot over the sidewalk and whatever it is, 12 feet over the road. And I think that should be in there. Now, whether we say grass should be 6 inches, I think we should also have a number for the grass. Ann Arbor, yeah, so I don't, but I think when you put something in there, it lets people know, because I don't think our ordinance has that in there now.
Right.
So given clarity.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, over sidewalks and roads, whatever it is, 8 foot, 6, 12 foot, whatever, yeah.
I like that about the sidewalks. Thank you. Is that okay?
You mentioned prairies. There are people who like to have a prairie planting in their front. Like presumably the back lawn will get front lawn. And those can get 3, 4, 5 feet tall. So how do we address that?
A registration program where you basically say, I want to have a natural prairie in my front yard, and then you don't get it. But you still have to make sure that you're not planting noxious weeds, right? It has to be, there are certain plants that constitute a natural prairie yard. So that's another program that would be administratively administered. Yeah. I mean, I'm very conscious of the administrative work. I mean, we're all operating in such a, so stretched with so little staff doing administrative work at Township Hall. I'm trying to understand what the potential value is. I agree on the potential value along Jackson Road. Definitely anything to do with accessibility for the sidewalks. I like your point about the trees, John. I have a question, and it seems like for commercial, there's value. I have a question about, I don't see what the value is for regulating residential. And the reason is, I mean, one, I wonder, Chrisley, are we getting those complaints? And two, it seems to me we have so many HOAs in Scio Township, like the people who want uniformity, like moved to an HOA. And I believe are regulated, but John and Kathy, let me know, do you see a space living in an HOA? Do you think you need more regulation about your yard? No. Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes about a lawn height, sometimes the height of the lawn is the tip of the iceberg because they're gone, they moved out, the building. So it's a tool that you can use to get somebody's attention if you want it.
Sure. So we could add that into our blight, and yeah, that would be blight. We could add it into our blight instead of having a specific. And I think if it was blight, we might be talking about taller grass, right? So when it did get to the point where I was like, boy, that really was terrible. So we could sort of combine those two and not have separate. And if we were gonna do it in the blight, I don't think that we would include the part about the township going out and mowing. It would just be blight enforcement.
What, wait, why would we go out and mow?
Well, that's typically when you have a grass mowing, like in a city, then if the person hasn't done it, we get a 10-day notice. If they haven't done it within 10 days, then the city pays someone to mow it and then sends the bill to them.
Yeah, so that would be a pretty big, so it's Scio, right? So if we pay somebody, I don't know, quarter time, whatever it is to mow, I mean, that's a pretty hefty bill that we're sending for the 8 months a year, whatever it would do.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we have to right size it for Scio because these fees to cover the true costs are gonna be pretty high.
Well, right, and that's why I'm saying, like, this is more typical in a city, right? Where you're talking about small lots. And you gotta,
a lot of
yes.
I'd just be curious, John, and I can look it up, but I'd be curious about like making sure that this would be self-funded through fees, covered by fees.
Well, that's what, yes, so it's if you pay a guy, yeah, if you pay a guy $25 to mow someone's lawn,
That's not
the
enough.
bill, yeah, the bill then to the homeowner is for that cost. It's a true cost.
I understand, yeah.
Yeah, it's generally, I think, I mean, maybe this is a good time to ask Keith. I think generally the notice is pretty effective to people who are actually paying attention. They're like, oh wow, I forgot I'm supposed to cut my grass. Like I haven't had very many where we actually end up. Can you stand up?
Is 10 days typical? That seems like a long time.
10 days, I know.
Because I think other municipalities have 2 days, but you know, whatever you think.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so what was the question that I need to answer on this one? Keith, I was asking if you think that the notice to people for cutting grass is pretty effective, and usually you get compliance at the notice level. Well, in my experience, no. I would say if the grass is long enough that it's generating a complaint, that it's somebody who is not going to be deferred by a notice. I think that's just one step in the process. I mean, for some people, absolutely, you would get somebody that would say, okay, yep, I'll cut it. But in my experience, no, that's something that we've had to go further to enforce or have a contractor actually mow because they are not doing it. Question.
Can I answer a question? Because Scio has so many, there's the density in Kathy and my neighborhoods, but then there's a lot of ag. So it's like, would you have a different standard if it's residential, like versus if it's along Park Road, it's more prairie, it's more, might that be a factor?
Yeah, you could do it by zoning type, but I would say you also need to do it by size first.
Okay.
Someone who has
Right.
2 acres to mow the whole thing, right? But we might be expecting someone who has a quarter.
Like a lot, it's like a typical, so maybe, I would think if you do it residential with a lot of under whatever you deem appropriate, might have 6-inch or 8-inch, but the other people who live where that's bigger and more out, I don't know, broader would be a different, maybe none at all.
The once per season, one notice per season, that's just the notice.
That's just the notice.
So you'd still go out there like once a month, mow it, if they still didn't mow it?
If they are not mowing it, yes. Generally it's that they're required to mow either to a height or at least once a month. And they get one notice at the beginning of the summer, they don't do it, that says you didn't mow, and every time your grass gets above X height, you either have to mow it or we're gonna mow it and bill you.
You don't give a ticket and then dismiss the ticket when they mow it?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
That's just.
Well, I think if we're gonna go out there every month and mow it and bill, we gotta, I don't think we could mow without billing, without noticing.
You should notice that every time.
Yeah.
Okay. Mark.
I did.
and charge them for the cost of that notice. Anything else?
Mariah, before you move on to short-term rentals, since this is a work session, I just wanted to bring this up to the board because Keith and I were talking about it the other day. Now, this concept may be a complete, this is stupid idea, but Keith and I were talking about Stabler Road and how much dumping goes on over there. And I said, why don't we ask the board or see if they're interested in having, not to encourage it, but a dumpster that is at least down at the end of the road. I'm not trying to encourage it, but if it's going to happen anyway. Yeah. We were just tossing it around. Yeah. Just tossing it around. That's all. So I just wanted to see what the board kind of. Okay. It is, because yeah, it is. I mean, not to encourage it, but according to Keith and probably members on this board, I haven't been down there myself, but from my understanding, it's consistent and constant and always there. Yeah, it's just if they're gonna do it, why don't we just give them a place to put it? I know, it's just a thought. Other than that, it's gonna be. No. I don't speculate there or anything like that, but Keith can speak to what's dumped there. I only know of like mattresses and things like that, but that's what I hear about. So
yeah, so the dead end at Stabler Road is historically a dumping spot, and I don't know if it's just the location or basically because it's so isolated at the end down there by 94. But you'll get everything from dressers to mattresses to, we currently have a piano down there, and other junk is just pulled down there and dumped, and we actually have stuff in the roadway that needs to be removed now.
Somebody was dumping dead deer down there too. When Sean McCormick was here.
Feeding the buzzards.
anyway, I don't want to go too far off. We can move on. I just wanted to bring that up, and if the board wants me to bring something back or discussion, then
I do think that's an important issue.
I think so.
However you keep on to bring it back, how to deal with dumping.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk, Keith. Thank you.
Anything else on the rest of the meetings?
Yeah.
Well, you can always call in later, right?
So maybe an exception for a rain garden, sometime, because the county helps put those in and they contain. I don't know.
Between grass and something that you eat. You know, if somebody else like, oh, that's grass, you know.
So that's, that's part of what Lodi has done, is identified the noxious weeds that we're concerned about. So, so you could have, maybe you could have your herb garden, your vegetable garden, your natural prairie, but you can't have garlic mustard.
James Rocket,
But not in
You like this?
I do.
Okay, short-term rentals.
Right.
So, short-term rentals are, we're discussing them everywhere, so you guys are right on time. And the reason they're being discussed everywhere is, of course, they're popping up everywhere. And then people are like, okay, wait a minute, I didn't know that I was going to be living next door to a house that had, or just people in it. So, the current case law in Michigan is that short-term rental is not a residential activity. So if you, so a short-term rental doesn't meet the definition of residential generally in zoning codes, depending on how it's defined. Certainly not under most deed restrictions or HOA restrictions that talk about residential use only.
So that would be considered commercial.
It's considered commercial.
but long-term rental is okay.
Long-term rental is okay. So we consider short-term rental to be anything less than 30 days.
Okay.
So 30 days and above is a standard month-to-month term, which is allowed as, I that's how I do all of my rental buildings, is on a 30-day. So short-term rental is less than 30 days.
So Mariah,
It's
because if under 30 days is considered commercial, so that's a commercial activity and that's prohibited in anything that's zoned residential. Am I understanding that right?
I'm not gonna use that language necessarily, but what I would say is that the Supreme Court of Michigan has found that a short-term rental is not a residential use. And so I would say that short-term rentals it's unlikely that short-term rentals are allowed in the areas that are being complained. So it's not a legal use right now. So if we do, in my opinion, if we do a change to the zoning code, you're not creating legal non-conforming uses. People who have been doing it can't continue to. One of the ways that we sort of solidify that, if that's the route that the board wants to go, is by also having a general code component where, again, we're talking about registration. So you're registering your short-term rental with the township, and that's under the general code. So there's a bunch of different ways that municipalities are doing short-term rentals. One that Laura and I have worked on recently for another jurisdiction is basically you can do short-term rentals in your principal residence for a certain number of days of the year. So you can't buy a bunch of houses and just use them as short-term rentals, but you still can use your own property as a short-term rental. In some cases that is a homestay where I might be getting these backwards, so you might have to correct me. Homestay is when you are in the house with the guest, and then the other is when the homeowner is away and the guest has the entire house. So I've got that here. I've got some zoning types, all single family homes, homestead only, all residential. So that would also be duplexes or multifamily homes or ADUs, if any of those were options that you wanted to see short-term rental language for. And then the type homeowner present, homeowner away. Length of time, if you want to say only for a certain number of consecutive days, or if you want to say a certain number of days per year.
That's what is MTE?
Not to exceed. Oh, not to exceed. Whether we want to do the general code with the registration process or not, if we want to do inspections. So one of the ways we've done this in some other jurisdictions is the number of people who can be rented to corresponds with the number of legal bedrooms in the house. Yeah. Because, you get these complaints about like, I've got 5 inflatables and 6 pull-out couches. I can fit 25 people in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. So having that type of regulation, so generally it would be, I think the equation we usually use is 2 people per bedroom. So if you had a 2-bedroom house, you could rent to 4 people, and so on.
Well, not if you require the homeowner to be present.
Not if you require the homeowner to be present.
Correct.
Those aren't the problem.
Those are not.
Right. Well, we want problem.
And then, so inspection, do we want to do an inspection? Do we not want to do an inspection? Do we want to have self-reporting so people just say, I have a 3-bedroom house and I'm renting to 6 people instead of us going out and checking. So there have been instances where someone says, I've got a 5-bedroom house, and then we go out and check and they've determined that a closet counts as a bedroom. Or a loft area, like any place they can cram a bed, they're calling a bedroom, doesn't necessarily meet the building code. Yeah.
So I assume you're recommending registration because then we can ask them for all those things, or no?
She's asking us to do.
No. Well, would an advantage of registration be that you can confirm that they live there or that it's a PRE and they have to include how many rooms and what it is and
It's really the only way you're gonna know that there's.
And then it's also an offense, a ticketable offense, probably.
Yeah.
For someone to get, was it Stonegate that they were, was it right across the street over there? There's some problematic short-term rentals, and so not registering it is also a way to get someone's attention. You write them a ticket for the, you know.
Calls and complaints, like there's been these strange cars in and out, we can say, oh, that person is registered and they're, you know, renting X number of days this year, but they're gonna be home, or they're not gonna be home, and, you know, if you've got some emergency.
And John, are you seeing this in Mariah in Ann Arbor or bigger places where you have like multi-unit housing, like apartment buildings that are being, like several units are being regularly Airbnb'd out?
We're seeing that. That's not the problem, other than it takes housing stock off the market.
Yeah.
That's that problem.
Yeah.
The problems we're seeing.
Yeah.
Is you have people who have an investment houses in a residential neighborhood, and they just chock them full with people. And then there's the trash and the noise and the.
Well, I was wondering about just the first category, because I'm just wondering then, Mariah, that would fit into the all residential option. Because I am concerned about the housing stock being taken away. I don't know, it depends on how we grow, but that could become more of a problem. I don't really see it being a big problem.
Yes,
just like with the ADUs.
Multifamily is residential.
Right, it's all residential, so not just the PRE or single family option.
Yeah, so the best way to not disrupt the housing stock would be the PRE. Because people are not purchasing something separate just to rent.
Well, yeah, okay.
What do you mean by general code?
So the general code would be like the registration where they're required to register, they're required to report. That would be outside of the zoning code. So we would have ordinances that work together for regular. Right. Laura, do you want to see if Laura has anything to say?
Do we have
we promoted a panel?
Okay. What the heck?
Do we have any?
I'm sure. You're not registered.
Yeah, we recently permitted those, right? ADU.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to add, Mariah. You did a great job with short-term rental.
Can I ask you a question about inspection? Do we currently inspect long-term rentals?
No, we don't have, but I think we should.
So then the bigger question is, should we inspect rental housing at all, whether long-term or short?
That is a question.
Yeah, John, I think that's something we should look at, because as we get, what are we at, like 14-15% renters? I think we should develop that inspection program.
So like Cambridge Place, Cambridge Apartments, we would inspect them.
In order to have an efficient inspection program, though, we need a building.
Yeah, that would only be if we had our own building department. Then really roll it out. But as our housing ages, I get more concerned about that.
So the not to exceed over the year, how do we enforce that or catch them? That's tricky, right?
That is tricky. I mean, a lot of this is self-reporting and you know, relying on complaints like we do with a lot of our.
Okay, thank you.
Do you like this process?
This one,
But this is the last one for this. Yeah, no, well, we do have noise.
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good. Long term.
I know.
No, it's not just, well, yeah, for this, but then we have one more agenda item after for the community benefits, but.
Hey, noise, I don't have a little worksheet for noise, because it's in your packet. And I'm just gonna take notes as you tell me what you like and don't like.
I do want to address the comment earlier about the party barn. Like, as far as I know, we have one, what I would consider party barn in the township. If I'm wrong about that, someone should tell me.
They
Social bites.
They sold the second. There's a second one being run as a party bar.
Let's talk about Misty
Valley. It's not.
And Misty Valley, the one that remains, has within its conditional use permit has its own noise regulations. So this isn't necessarily going to change that. This would be for future. I think Social Vines might also have noise language in there.
Yeah.
So we'll have to look at that.
It does,
Um,
at the property line, inaudible.
yeah. So, so this, it says the last draft was 2021. That might be true. I know that this was worked on for a long time. I think I was getting it confused with dogs. We were working on dogs even after we were working on noise. But this was the last iteration that our office did. And I honestly don't remember why it died. This was just before I really became involved. So
got busy, Kathy, Jim, a few other people.
yeah.
So we have a lot of ordinances.
Kathy, well, I guess, well, I had a, while we're, this Kathy. I made some notes. I don't know. She's the one that is supposed to start first. And this was also, she worked on this.
Yeah.
Let's go with Trustee Reed. Because you're next on the list.
No.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give you my overview of these ordinances. They really don't work. They never work the way you want them to. There is no way to draft the perfect noise ordinance. It is complicated. Noise that bothers one person doesn't necessarily bother another person. So you try to have an objective standard, which is why we've got this stuff about decibel readers. If you're taking noise complaints to the court, you're going to have to show that the noise meter that you're using has been properly calibrated and the person using it knows what they're doing. It's sort of like a breathalyzer test, right? Like the officer has to, if a breathalyzer is challenged, they have to show that they know how to use it and that that machine is working properly. Like you would have to show that to enforce a decibel in court. John, I think you're agreeing.
Oh, yeah.
Which has been.
Noise is tricky. You gotta have an ANSI type 2 weighted decibel meter, and there's only one of them. It's like one of them in the city, and the sergeant has to drive it over and.
Right, and you have to be there when this is happening. To be able to write a ticket that then could be prosecuted.
And then people complain about leaf blowers, they complain about air conditioning units that it's too loud because they use their iPhones and the meter on their iPhones, and then the cap gets there with an ANSI type 2. And I mean.
So we're gonna do the best we can, but we're not gonna get something perfect. And there are gonna be people that don't think it's enough, and there are gonna be people that think it's too much. And it might still not do what you want it to do. So that's just my warning.
Kathy, you're first on the list, and you actually worked on this noise ordinance with Mariah.
Jim Fink.
Okay. Go ahead.
You want my thoughts on it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it was very difficult for us to come to any specific conclusions before. I mean, there were multiple other people that worked on it also. It's worth trying to see if we can get something that a majority of us can agree on. That's going to be very difficult. I'm willing to try. I mean, the whole decibel meter calibration issue, consistency, those are major issues. So I don't have any answers, and I don't feel, I know it's an issue, it's a problem. We're going to have to dedicate a fair amount of resources to this if we take it on. And we encountered that roadblock in the past too. So I'll leave it at that.
Hope you read.
Well, after listening to Mariah's caution about how difficult it is to enforce this, because for all intents and purposes, you'd have to call somebody at 10:30 at night, wake them up and say, come out and measure this noise. It's because it's happening now at 10:30 on a Saturday night. And then by the time they get there, it's gone, it's stopped. And so, not always, no. So, and I guess we have this ordinance today, correct? This is oh, okay, this is not changes. This is, the red is changes of a draft, not changes of something that's in place already.
This ordinance there is regarding noise, and then there's the other that for I don't think it's for the whole of the township, but just the
party
conditional use for the yeah.
Well, I guess my question is, if in fact this is nearly, well, very difficult, if not impossible to enforce, then why do we have it? Because if we have ordinances we can't enforce, you know, I'm being devil's advocate here. I mean, I'm just asking the question.
Anything more at this point? A trustee riser.
And it's tricky because you've got, depending on if it's agriculture, residential, commercial, industrial, I mean, the cop's gonna have to know what zone it is. So that, are we gonna, is this something that Keith's gonna do? Or is this something we're gonna ask our contracted sheriff's department to do, because they can enforce it? So, but you're gonna have to have some familiarity with, is it, what's the zoning? Because it's either 60, 50, 45, 65, that's like I'm at an auction, a 75, there's 85. So there's different decibel levels depending on the 3 times of day and on the 4 categories of, maybe 3 categories of zone. So to David's point, we should write an ordinance that we anticipate enforcing and have the wherewithal to it.
I mean, some of these things are good, right? The specific acts prohibited, those are
Yeah.
pretty clear. I think that where we get into, the difficult part is the sound levels, using the sound levels.
Agreed. Trustee riser, anything more?
I yield. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and do we have to have the decibel portion in here? Because, you know, there was a rental house, kitty corner behind me, it was sold, but anyways, it was Thanksgiving night and they had all their windows and doors closed. It was so loud, it was vibrating in my front living room, and all the neighbors were calling. The sheriff came out, knocked on the door. They couldn't even get the attention because nobody could hear the knocks on the door. They finally stayed, but you know, or the sheriff stayed, and then they eventually opened the door and they lowered it. But it happened multiple times. Had to call the sheriff, but that was an extreme example. But you know, there's other examples I can talk about, but you know, if we have a decibel specific noise level measurement in here, then by the time somebody comes out, it could be done and over with. But if it's, you know, if we don't have that, then it could be at the discretion. We could get into, well, that noise is too loud for me, but somebody else doesn't have a problem with it. But I'll tell you, at midnight, and your neighbor is blaring their music, or they turn up their alarm clock and leave the house and leave it on for 6 hours. You know, things like that, there should be something. And then also the time frame, or, you know, from 7 o'clock to, or I'm sorry, backwards, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. That makes sense to me. But if we don't have the decibel part in here, would it still be enforceable?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, the specific acts prohibited, I think are pretty good. I think what you were talking about is probably number 3, the playing of any radio, phonograph, tape recorder, stereo, musical instrument, or any sound amplification device, blah, 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 that annoys or disturbs the quiet comfort or repose of persons in any office, dwelling, hotel, or other type of residence. Like that, your example is pretty extreme, right? That a lot of different people could hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen noise ordinance that say like you can't play any of these things so that any sound can leave your dwelling. That isn't, I mean, it works for some people, but I've lived in plenty of apartments where just normal apartment noise is leaving your dwelling, right?
And in number 3, it says, as to annoy or disturb the quiet comfort or repose of persons. Well, a whisper could disturb, I mean, taking it to an extreme. So I'm just going back to why we need decibels.
Yeah, well, that's right, David. I mean, that is completely subjective. And that is why we have decibels in here, because it is an objective measure. It's just not always as practical as we would like it to be.
So who's going to enforce it?
Are we going to keep doing our order for comments?
Oh, yes, that's right. Sorry. Clerk Flintoff.
Thank you. A couple comments on 16-33, section 5. We prohibit on Sunday. I would just suggest that's not everybody's holy day, and suggest that we consider a change. That's a little less. I'm not sure why we prohibit on Sunday, but not Saturday or Friday. So would suggest that be looked at. Also, section 8 of that question, all internal combustion engines shall employ exhaust muffling consistent with manufacturer's specifications. That made me wonder about gas-powered leaf blowers. 8. Section 16-33, subsection 8. Does that include gas-powered leaf blowers? They're probably being used according to manufacturer instructions, but they're super loud.
I don't think those are internal combustion.
Oh, okay. Is that not internal combustion engine? Does anyone know if a gas-powered leaf blower is an internal combustion engine?
That is correct. It is.
It is.
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate it. And Keith, does a typical gas-powered leaf blower employ exhaust muffling?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to absolutely have a muffler on there, even though they are loud. They're loud by nature of the operation, not just the engine noise itself.
Thank you. Also, I'd say too, in section 16-36, exemptions. Number 6, approved community and civic events under conditions approved by Scio Township. I think that's too broad. We don't have an event ordinance. That could be a peddler's permit. That could be a CUP. That could be anything. And I don't think what we approve are certain conditions. We're not approving all of the activities. So I just think that's overly broad. Number 7, just a note, and it's more Jim's comment. We have since updated the fireworks ordinance, so that's not a problem. So we got that cleaned up a while ago. And generally, I'd question, is this better? Is this part of the nuisance ordinance, or should it be a standalone noise ordinance? I don't know. I defer to people who know better than I do. But on the general thing about like what the value of having measurement kind of defined, I don't think that the value is to monitor. I don't want us to spend the amount of money it would take to monitor sound around the township. My question is just really like, is it helpful when we have a problem like a party barn? What's most helpful to us for enforcement? If it's more helpful to have this all detailed out, let's do it. If it's more helpful to have it vague, let's do it that way. That's all.
Trustee Brandt?
Yeah, two things. One, I just want to bring to people's attention, the data center ordinance does have restrictions in it, two types of noise. I forget what it's called, A and B or something like that. Just an awareness that's in the data center ordinance based on the potential for generators running and probably also during construction.
Is it, there also, the air conditioning is covered in that? No?
I think it's a general thing that the noise, I'm not sure that I don't recall it said it for a specific thing. And then section 16-35, it talks about the registered owner of a motor vehicle. And first it says, the registered owner of the motor vehicle at the time of the violation constitutes in evidence of presumption that the registered owner of the motor vehicle was the person who operated the person, and then the person whose name motor vehicle is registered with the state is presumed. So I just have concerns about commercial vehicles, and this is where it's owned by a commercial entity, could be owned by a private individual, but the operator is not the registered owner. So just maybe we add something there to make that more clear.
Well, who would we hold accountable if not the registered owner?
Well, but I think the language here is directing only to the operator of the vehicle. That was my concern.
Write our notes on our agenda item and give it to Mariah the same as we did with her other three. Is that right?
Are you going to revise this and bring it back? Is that the plan?
I guess so. I think we should do something. I want to say, I know it's imperfect, but this all came out of real problems documented by the party barn. So I think, we can't let perfection be the enemy of the good, but just recognize that this is going to be insufficient.
First step.
Mariah, I want to keep mine for now.
Sure. Yeah, you can send it to me anytime. I don't need it.
Okay. I'll give you mine. Anything new? Are there any more comments?
I had a thought.
Thank you.
We were going through this a few years ago. We heard complaints from people that live close to us over by the
Asphalt?
Yeah,
Asphalt or
the asphalt area, the pit that's used for target practice and bomb detonation. Somebody, a contractor was doing this pounding noise to, I don't know what they were creating, if they were creating bricks or something. It was a subcontractor renting space from the asphalt company over there. Do you remember this, Mariah? Were you may not have been, may have been a couple of years ago. So that's an activity that would probably need to be covered. I don't see a description that would fit that. It's sort of an industrial activity. Some of it was after hours, but some of it was during regular business hours too.
And didn't we narrow it to Fend, the brick place?
Pardon?
Isn't it called isn't it called Fend?
FENDT.
FENDT. Wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know where it was happening.
Yeah.
Could be. Yes, it could be. Yes.
Yes, it was.
Okay, are we complete with this item or this agenda item? So to move on to J3.
Good job, Mariah. Well, and thank you, you
And
guys,
thank you.
that went much better than I thought it would. That was really smooth and we appreciate all the input. Really helpful.
Thank you.
Does
And thank
anyone
you,
have any more
Keith.
comments for us? I didn't want to, we've seen, I wanted to hear what other comments came back here. Keith, do you have any more comments?
Yeah, there was just one thing here for these, all of these suggestions. I would just enlighten you to look at them as tools in our tool belt. They're not specifically towards one specific violation, but I believe that they're all valuable as far as what Scio Township values. And I want you to just take a couple, just a second for the noise violation. I know I didn't get to mention anything about that. Our noise ordinance right now is very vague and completely subjective, and in my opinion, basically unenforceable. We do have a level 2 meter. I am trained in how to use it. And in the past year, I've been monitoring the valley numerous times during the summer. And I was just in on Saturday night until 10 o'clock monitoring their activities. And I am happy to say that they do not violate, or they have not been violating, their noise level limit on their CUP. But these sort of things, the noise ordinance and the decibel levels, that's going to be more for a chronic problem, not a specific incident. So again, if you have a problem where you have a recurring noise problem or violation, that's what this is going to be more aimed for.
Maybe that should be more specific. And well, thank you, Keith.
Certainly. Yeah. Any other questions?
No.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Have a good evening. Available. All right. On to agenda J3, guidelines for community benefits for PUD applications. And Laura, you're still on?
Yep.
Or
yeah.
Laura Krebs.
Yeah, okay. I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Christy?
Yeah.
Would you like to kick this off or go with just Laura?
Yeah, I think Laura can speak to it.
Okay. Laura, would you like to begin?
Sure. So back in 2021, as part of the master plan update, we incorporated a community PUD community benefits in the community goals section of the master plan. Prior to this, we kind of were, we didn't have any guidelines. You know, every development came and we kind of said, tell us what your community benefits are, and they would take a stab at it. And then, as Kathleen says a lot of times, those aren't community benefits. Those are things you have to do anyway. And so, you know, through the master plan process, we put this list together, and they're general on purpose because we want the developer to tell us how they, you know, what they are willing to do as a community benefit. So just kind of an overview. We talk about pathways, that we want to provide pathway connections adjacent to and within the proposed development. We also want to demonstrate public utility extensions to serve the subject site and the needed offsite improvements to accomplish these extensions. And that could be them, of course, putting in additional infrastructure or providing maintenance, donation towards maintenance or service upgrades in other areas off-site. We also want them to demonstrate improvements to the township fire and emergency services, and that could be additional hydrants. It could be a donation to public service, but it could be any number of things depending on the development, right? We also want to encourage low impact development strategies like innovative stormwater management, native landscaping, providing EV parking, them to tell us what the most innovative strategies are. I mean, some developers, like for instance, we're reviewing Rivian, which is an electric car company, and they have some very interesting building components because they are, they're an EV electric car company. So they're using building materials that we don't always see in some of our other developments. We also want to want them to bring to us sustainability strategies. How are they conserving water? How are they reusing? Do they recycle? Are they repurposing building materials? Are they electrifying the building? Are they net zero ready? Are they providing solar? All sorts of things. We also want to encourage the preservation of the native mature trees. And then, of course, we always want to preserve and protect our existing rural character. So these are the strategies that we look to and we provide to developers when they are coming to us with a planned unit development project. And I think there's been a lot of conversation about we don't have enough or there's missing things. So I guess I'm really just looking to you to see when you look at this list, it's purposefully trying to be all encompassing because we want them to bring their own ideas and we don't want to dictate what the community benefits might be. But if there's something you feel is missing, I think we should talk about it so that we can incorporate it in the next master plan update.
Trustee Noel, begin with you.
Well, Laura and I have talked about these issues extensively already. This list was put out just to remind board members what is stated in our master plan so that there can be some clarity on what we could be looking for. But it is intentionally vague, and I get it. It has to be vague in many ways. I would personally like to see more emphasis on the goal of protecting the semi-rural character of Scio Township. I mean, it is talked about in the very last goal, but Laura, what would you recommend as further discussion on that one, or not?
Well, I mean, you remember these are for any PUD that might come into the township. So, these are meant to be for the residential PUD we might get at the corner of Parker and Jackson, and they also need to be able to be utilized for the theater property or the Malloy property. And so those are very different parts of the township, even though they're all along Jackson Road, and they have different, I think they have different priorities for development. And so, I think that we have to look at these singularly when we're looking at each PUD project individually, because some may not, just may not apply. And so for just using the rural character, that really wouldn't apply for like the Malloy or the theater properties, right?
Right.
And that's like,
sorry, Laura. I just wanted to kind of circle back to the section of the zoning ordinance that talks about community benefits, Laura.
Sure.
So that's in the PUD ordinance, and it's a qualification. So the approval of the PUD will result in one or more of the following: the
and this is the community benefit language, a recognizable and material benefit to the ultimate users of the project and to the community where such benefit would otherwise be unfeasible or unlikely to be achieved without application of the PUD regulation. So that kind of goes to this idea that each one of these PUDs is a unique project, and we have kind of a general list that then we're hoping the developer will tailor to their project when they present it. Does that make sense?
It does. One of the other issues we've had is clear communication with the Planning Commission regarding who is going to be responsible for defining or reviewing the potential community benefit options with any given property, and when does that occur?
Yeah, I think that, I think of it as part of the recommendation from the Planning Commission. That the Planning Commission might say, and these are the community benefits that have been offered that we think are adequate, doesn't mean that the township board has to say yes to those. The township board, because you're the ultimate decision maker, still has an opportunity to say, not enough, we don't, can you bring us something different? At the point where it comes to you. So I think that I don't think there's confusion with the Planning Commission about it. I think it's more educating the developers that just because the Planning Commission has made a recommendation for community benefits doesn't mean that that's the end of the conversation. Would you say, Kathleen, that makes sense?
Yes, but it seems to me the Planning Commission doesn't really evaluate the benefits and make a recommendation. It's just these are presented, and does the plan fit the intention of, for example, the PUD ordinance?
So there's not like a public evaluation?
No.
So that's only happening at the
So part of that is because the I don't know if it was this board or the previous board, but there was some dialogue that the board didn't want the Planning Commission making that determination. And so that's why some of this has become muddled. So the Planning Commission isn't pushing a recommendation of community benefit because they kind of were told that that wasn't their role. That's a board role. And so if we could better define that role, that would be helpful to me. And I think by allowing them to at least make a recommendation to you, that should be helpful to you, right? That's their job, is to know these projects and to give a clear recommendation. And so if we could kind of straighten out that maybe disconnect, I think that would go a long way into preparing us all better for this community benefit discussion.
Let's just say one more thing. I know that there have been some philosophical differences between this board and prior boards on that issue. And I know when we talked about having discussions on community benefit, that was one sort of subtopic, I think, that we said we were going to discuss. Because really, it's this board's responsibility to set the priorities and state what our goals are with community benefits. And maybe we don't want to do that now because each situation is different. But I think part of it has been a lack of clarity with this board. I'm done.
Okay, Trustee Reiser.
The timing of the board's involvement is frustrating to the board because it's presented as a fait accompli, and it's frustrating to the developer. Wait a minute, where's all this coming from? I thought we had a deal these last 8 months working with whomever. So like I think we need to give good direction to the Planning Commission and to our developer, and then let them make the call. And the presumption is that they're right on this stuff. I mean, it's just not fair to the developer to try to come in and do all these last minute things that we try to do. And so, but don't make, but I also appreciate, wait a minute, that's not what we had in mind as a board. So how do we manage the expectations that it's not going to be switched on them, or that we're getting something we can't live with? I would also like to say, I would like to see, like in residential PUDs run the gamut from like Trailwoods, which is a giant PUD, but and then there's the industrial and commercial. But in residential PUDs, I would really like to see a sense of community within the development. I'm talking streetlights, I'm talking internal parks. Trailwoods has got a ton of houses, but man, there ain't no swing sets, or you can't play soccer game or pick up baseball or whatever. So I think a sense of community with that open space on Parker and whatever in the rural area, but open space that kids can play on, families can use. A pavilion, like everything should have a park, a pavilion, a gathering space, and street. I don't know. Do we require streetlights, Laura?
No.
So like we should parks, pavilions, and streetlights. Exactly. Like I want to create neighborhoods in these PUDs. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, and I apologize. I stated trustee Reed.
Can you pass me your football?
I'm right, man.
Like, we don't want streetlights, but, no. No. You want to, shall we just eliminate all the birds?
Yeah.
It causes problems.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, no, we can arm wrestle about that. Okay, and my microphone's on, so. Couple of things, very minor, Laura, a couple of things. In the sustainability strategies, I assume we're talking about on-site renewable power?
Yes.
Okay. And because it's on rural character, you actually said preserve and protect, but there's also preserve and project. And the word project could actually be correct there, but I'm assuming you mean protect.
Yeah, I think that's a typo.
That's a typo.
Okay. All right. I'm going back to these community or residential developments, residential PUDs. I know that we have restrictions, or we can allow community wastewater treatment plants, wastewater or community wells and community wastewater. And I'm thinking DTE might have a problem with this, but have we ever thought about community power generation? Where we have a couple of generate, wind, what do you call them? Yeah. Wind things or solar panels. We have?
Oh, I don't know if we have. I just think it's a good idea.
Yeah, it was considered in the planning commission for the solar and wind. There was a lot of discussion by Laura Hindle, who had some experience in it's constrained by size of property. But Laura, do we have some regulations on that, right?
We do, but as part of a PUD, we're allowing flexibility, right? So if a developer wanted to come and produce solar as part of the neighborhood and feed it to the houses in that neighborhood, that's part of the community benefit. And it's I think it would fit under the sustainability strategies that we already have listed here. Heritage Woods, for example, they have a very large solar. Many Hands, they're going to have solar. So some of those components we're already seeing that happen in our PUDs.
Okay, well, good. Because technically half the electricity I generate goes to my neighbors. Because if I don't use it, it goes out to the grid and happens to go to my next door neighbor. So DTE doesn't have to even give it to them, but they charge them for it. Anyway, okay.
Do you?
Yes, I'll get off my soapbox.
If there's direction that you want to give to Laura and me to bring you something else, do you want us to try to fashion some better instructions about community benefits that would be, I do think that the part of the disconnect is the developer piece where whether it's actually said or it's just what they have hoped is that when the planning commission makes the recommendation that those community benefits go along with it and just are set. And so do you want Laura and me to put some sort of educational information together that will clarify some of these things?
I think that,
Well,
I think that could be helpful.
yeah.
but I have to agree with John that when the development finally comes, or the proposal finally comes to the board, we're telling them, well, where are the community benefits? It doesn't have this, and it doesn't have this, and it doesn't have this. And the guy, he's like a deer in headlights. They said, well, the planning commission said it was okay, or they didn't say it was okay. They approved, or they passed it on. And then we're hitting them with all these, you didn't,
To go back and change.
Trying to talk about that a little bit more at the pre-construction or the pre-application meetings where we're talking to developers about.
Yeah. Yeah, we talk about it, at length in most of these meetings. At that point, when we are at the pre-development meeting, though, they kind of have some half-baked ideas. They aren't, fully committed to the community benefits at that point. And so, I do outline them for the planning commission. We, usually they're in their presentation. But I think by you saying that you expect the planning commission to review them and to make a recommendation on them, I think that is a good step, so that they know they're not overstepping something. I think they thought that they were overstepping on some of those conversations. And so Mariah and I can also point out the community benefits in the packet for you so that they're clear. But there are going to be times where you're going to have something else in mind that maybe the planning commission didn't think of, or that we didn't think of, or something that we've brought up that they kind of said, yeah, we don't want to do that. The developer, right? And so you might have to still have a conversation about some of those.
Well, I think that makes sense. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is there's several steps to fixing this process. I do think that the planning commission, that it should be part of the planning commission's recommendation, but with the understanding that that the community benefits, I don't know where to look when she's on the screen. The community benefits are more subject to change than the other pieces, right?
Yeah.
And that the community benefits are that the board, that it's very likely that the board will be saying that some community benefit changes need to be made. I mean, I think it's really just about some communication.
Yeah.
And what we need from the board then is just these are the goals that you have in your master plan. Do you want to change them, or are they still sufficient?
Right? 3 board members have talked.
Yeah,
I'm done.
okay. Thank you. So community benefits, I hear, active park within the development. That's great. But to me, a community benefit is to benefit all of the community, or am I wrong on that?
Well, that's what it says in the ordinance, the people that are living in the community and the greater.
Okay. So regarding Heritage Woods, I'm going to kind of skip around a little bit. Heritage Woods, there's a plot of land that is for solar, but they don't have to put the solar in. And I heard them that they tried to look for a company, and companies are like, no, we're just not going to do it, or whatever. So this vacant land just sits there. So that, I think, has to be clear that, well, by the time you are finished, you must have this community benefit completed, in order to have the approval. The other thing is, there's nothing in here about sidewalks. And what I'm thinking of is, we had all those developments go in, and we have sidewalk gaps. So I think that should just be a given. If you are, and that is a true community benefit. But I would like more, how does this active park within, let's say here, Trailwoods, it's not there, but let's just say that they do have that. Is that open to the whole community or not? One other thing, the J-Rod ordinance, I believe, has something in there about community benefits, and one of them is having some artwork along Jackson Road. To me, that's, I don't know. But I think that if we look at those community benefits, that may give us an idea of more, maybe something broader that we're not thinking of. But I do agree. I think that there's this communication gap, and it's really, and John and David have brought it up, get a developer in front of us with this is what the planning commission said for our community benefit. And we're like, well, we don't really like that. So they have to go back, and it's not efficient, and it really doesn't do well for us. And thank you for pointing out the typos, because is that in our master plan? And I guess we didn't read it very well before. And also I would like to see, or Laura and Mariah, you work for other municipalities. What are examples of their community benefits or their ordinance for community benefits within their PUD? Is it more specific? Is it broader? Is it just at the planning commission? I'd like to understand more of their processes, because maybe we're trying to reinvent a wheel, that something's out there that's pretty easy and that could fit for us. I don't know. So I'm finished. Clerk Flintoff.
So question and then comments. When are we going to be considering the PUD ordinance?
After the master plan is complete.
Okay.
I mean, we have a couple big ordinance, like the Jackson Road overlay, the PUD. I mean, I think, we're supposed to plan before we zone. And I think those are big enough that, large enough undertakings that we really needed to get the master plan completed first.
Okay. Because I can imagine a PUD ordinance, and I know it's been discussed about potentially limiting PUDs to the water and sewer district.
Yes. And I think that should be in the master plan if that's what we're moving towards.
So when I think about community benefits, I would like say different ones for different zones, but definitely something that's been missing is the community benefit of subsidizing housing, of attainable, affordable housing, and at least a contribution to, be it, I know they're problematic, but at least a contribution to whether it's a housing fund or something, if they aren't going to make so many units affordable or available to first-time home owners or whatever the case may be. But I would like us to explicitly say that. I know there's not consensus on this board. I know we all recognize that there's a need for it. I don't know that there's consensus on this board that it would be a potential community benefit. But I would like us to kind of consider if it might be. Those are words that haven't made it into our master plan. We preserve the semi-rural nature, and never say, affordable housing, attainable housing, diversity of housing, those things. So I think that would be important to have some community benefit for those.
So they would voluntarily offer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would work in a couple ways. So that's why I wondered about the PUD ordinance, because as well, we could potentially do a density bonus or something if there's some affordability. But I would imagine as a community benefit, they could also offer voluntarily to do something. Because I think we need to put all the options on the table. And we saw that a little bit with Crossroads, right? I mean, they were sort of pitching the subsidy as a community benefit. And I just think that we should have all the options there.
Community benefits like that, the list that we have they're just suggestions. If that
subsidy as a community benefit was something that the township would accept. You're not bound by the list, but you're saying just add it as an option so that they know it's available.
Yeah, I would hope that this board would have consensus that we want to encourage, give it a list. We're suggesting trees and things if we think it would be a community benefit. I understand that it, in terms of benefiting the whole community, right? It may not meet that definition because it's subsidizing some units, but I think the argument is it does. It's just like we heard during the fire millage, not everybody uses the fire service. And so,
yeah, no, I just trying to clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then in terms of the process part, I think that, our planner's role, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Laura, but you are our technical expert, right? As is our utilities director, our fire chief. And I think those three are not the appropriate people to be kind of advocating on behalf of the township for what our community benefit is. And I don't think that this board should wait until the final board meeting to let the developer know what we want for community benefits. But I do think that we should assign that task to somebody, whether it be our township attorney, our operations director, whoever it is. I think we should empower somebody as part of their job description to negotiate preliminary community benefits on the township's behalf. And I think if we assign that responsibility to somebody, we would be much more efficient.
Or set the expectation if we don't have. You may look at it. If
Yes.
you don't have the community, I think you'll be sent back to the planning commission, won't last enough.
Right. And just somebody assigned who's going to have a sense of where the board majority might fall at the end of the day.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I think that's the hard thing though, and why we're talking about it tonight is that it's a little bit depending on what the project is and who's more interested in the project, the community benefits that the wants changes.
Agreed.
So I haven't felt super comfortable trying to negotiate those. Laura and I have had conversations with developers where we say, these are things that have been successful in the past. But it's, it's a little bit, it's just a little bit of a shade. So, yeah.
Trustee Brandt?
Yes, thanks. I just want to start with saying that it seems to me that prior boards stress pathways, which I never thought was a balanced approach to community benefits, but that was driven by the individuals that influenced. You notice that pathway is listed first here. So I think that somewhat drives an expectation with the developers that that's what we want. And we have a millage for that. And it got to me, it got totally out of whack that they were doing pathways within maybe a donation and nothing else. And so my goals would be more balanced, that I think we need greater contributions for infrastructure. So for example, and again, depending on is it residential or commercial, but I look at the definition for fire/emergency services. It says demonstrate improvements to the township fire emergency service in proportion to additional land attributed to the PUD. I think it's more than additional land. I think it's based on how many housing units. So Ember Grove just went through the planning commission and they generously offered $25,000 to fire for 256 units. Oh, and 25,000 to parks.
That's what they told the planning commission?
Oh, yes. I voted no. I was the only one.
Only one?
that voted against it because I thought their public benefits were pathetic. And I said that multiple times. I also make the distinction between amenities within a community, which I would rather it was more broad, that it benefits the entire township. But when I look at a development and it has no playground, it has no sidewalks, I don't know why people are buying these things. Trailwoods gave them nothing except for a wooded area and some pathways around it, but they didn't offer anything. I'm surprised that it sold so quickly. So I think that's kind of a marketing, something they should market to their community. I think it's a good idea to make these suggestions and say, you know, you're not doing anything for the kids or the elders in the community. And also, I do think that subsidized housing is for the entire township because we look at workplace housing. So if we get people that move into the community, lower income, these are the people that potentially are taking the lower hourly rates for jobs. And if they live here, they're part of our community. So.
Trustee Noel, do you have anything new to add? Trustee Reed? Trustee Riser?
No.
The only thing regarding the subsidy and the attainable housing, the subsidy portion of it, because the county with the brownfield development or the brownfield portion, the housing portion of that was turned down by this board a couple of times. So what is the difference? Because the subsidy has to have some type of regulation around it, I believe. Like the USDA has a rural development program that is a subsidy. There's the county or the state that is providing. So could we say, and how is that going to look? I'm for the subsidy. I just want to know how it looks. So we meet the criteria or the regulations, if there are any at a higher level for, you know.
Well, if I could, my suggestion was pretty broad because maybe it's first time home buyer. You know, maybe there's some, you know, units for sale or there's other units for rent. There's going to be different ways for them to make it affordable. I wasn't thinking of it as necessarily tied at all to the housing tip. So we would have to define it and it would really depend on what it is, but I think there's several different ways they could do. But it is pretty open.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have anything more? That's great.
We turned down Crossroads, but honestly, folks, wasn't that because of the $5 million administrative cost to the county and to the state, which was
several reasons.
I mean, that was like, you got to be kidding me. We're going to take $5 million of taxpayers' money and we're going to give it to somebody in the county to give to another community. That was hard to justify. Anyway.
Well, there's an opportunity for, you know, other people that don't have the income to live here, but and that's my point, is that there is this entity that has subsidies. USDA has subsidies, so I wasn't sure if, again, we had to have some type of regulation for that, or if it had to meet state or.
I don't think
know.
so for the community. I think it could work with one of those or independent.
It may be another idea that we have language that says we're open to developers that do affordable housing, because there are developers that specialize in that, and I think they're very successful.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So, I mean, if you have language, you're not tied to it, but it gives them some direction.
Okay, are we good for this for now? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Laura.
Sure. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Laura.
All right, so yes, it is time for public comment. So this is the time for members of the public to speak to the Board of Trustees for up to 5 minutes on any matter. We begin with anyone that's present.
Great meeting, no pedantics, and I actually laughed a lot. And ordinances. You know, everybody, because I'm kind of a laissez-faire kind of person sometimes, but there's black and white and there's that gray area. But I do think the black and white is helpful. And do not depend on HOAs to enforce anything unless it's some kind of nepotism or some other kind of issue. That's my opinion on that. I won't get into the specifics on that. And so I like them. And I think what happened with the valley and this prolonged thing, and there's lucky somebody didn't have some kind of violence over there. And when we go over there and look at the winery with their no vines, I mean, I've been at all these meetings for a long time. And the no vines, Webster Township turned them down for their airfield. They don't have a sidewalk or anything. And then they have their fireworks. And then they come to the planning commission and go, oh my God. You know, like they didn't know when they publicized it all over that people would be driving across people's front yards, you know, little fireworks. And then I want to say something about like PUDs, because I agree that there needs to be some type of reference to community benefit. But the stuff that I saw on the planning commission, and no offense to people who were on the planning commission at that time, I saw things I didn't like. And I felt it was stacking things and problematic. And including, now you brought up Crossroads. I'm going to say something, and maybe I'm all wrong about it. But when they come flying in here, and then somebody comes in shorts and just votes for them to even have a project over there, whether they got a chemical thing to look at the air, but they already thought that and the developer said, well, then he was so upset the next time because he didn't get his tax funding. I'm sick of funding some of these things for people, these tax incremental funding. I don't see any community benefit in it for me. And so, you know, without crumpling people, there's things I saw in the last 6-7 years I don't like. And that's why this board, now we can't always, but at least you're elected. I don't get to elect the planning commission people. They're appointed by the supervisor. And that kind of loads it sometimes. And it was in the past, in my opinion. But that's my 2 cents. And I really did enjoy this meeting. And I came specifically because of this PUD thing.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Thanks,
Paula. Okay, we're going online. First up is Cheryl McGuire. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Cheryl.
Hi. So, as you know, I'm the recording secretary for the township, and I heard part of the earlier discussion about the May 12th minutes. I was listening remotely in my car, and I had to leave the meeting before that agenda item was completed, so I don't know how it was resolved or if it was resolved. But I did want to address one point directly, and that is that Clerk Flintoff did not change my wording. In all the years I have prepared minutes for the township, the clerk has never changed anything of substance in my drafts, and she has never ever directed me to write minutes in a particular way. This is true of the May 12th minutes as well. The wording at issue is mine. If there was a problem with emphasis, wording, or summary, that responsibility belongs to me. I prepare minutes for the Board of Trustees, the Planning Commission, and Zoning Board of Appeals, and I also prepare minutes for other municipalities. My role is to listen carefully, condense the discussion, and produce draft minutes that are accurate, neutral, and fair to the record as a whole, I'm not trying to favor one speaker, one board member, or one side of any issue. I am trying to create a neutral, written record of what occurred. I take that responsibility seriously. At the same time, draft minutes are drafts. They are placed before the board precisely so that corrections or amendments can be made before approval. Regarding the May 12th minutes, I did not intentionally de-emphasize the word mandated. I was summarizing a long and complex discussion that was part of a long and complex meeting. I understand now from the comments made that the board may want the word mandated reflected more specifically. If the minutes have not yet been approved, the board could amend the relevant section with a sentence or two that would satisfy that desire, or make whatever amendment the board agrees is accurate. If a verbatim excerpt is desired, that can also be requested. My main reason for speaking is simply to correct the record and to protect the accuracy and neutrality of the minutes process. The clerk did not alter the draft. Any issue with the draft wording was mine, and it can be addressed through the normal amendment process. I appreciate the opportunity to serve the township in this capacity. I care about the accuracy of the record, the neutrality of the minutes, and the people involved in these meetings, the boards, the commissions, the staff, and the public. I would never intentionally submit anything that would create confusion, conflict, or false accusations. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you, Cheryl, and thank you for tuning in and until the end and for your ongoing excellent work for the township.
You're welcome.
Christy?
Okay, next up is Rob Pattinson, followed by Pat Stein. Go ahead, Rob.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Hello, Rob.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you, Cheryl, for that clarification. That is greatly appreciated. And thank you for all the work you've done for us for the last several years. To the board, thank you for this working session. These are beneficial and we need a lot more of them. Well done. Jessica, you said you would support Kathy's amendments to the minutes because they're meaningless. Please remember back to the bad old days when there were board members who tried to sneak things past the board. Remember how you were a stickler for details and clarity. Remember how you insisted on detailed minutes exactly because board members would try to reinterpret board actions and warp the intended actions and decisions. What happened to that version of Jessica? Supporting Kathy's amendments because they're meaningless just adds to the list of people you and some of this board have contempt for. It's obvious you have contempt for residents and employees from previous actions. Now we have to add contempt for colleagues. Contempt and hypocrisy are quickly becoming the definition of this board. Kathleen, laughing, smiling, and grinning while important concerns are being shared with the board undermines your sincerity to serve as a trustee and credibility when and if you do choose to respond. We need the representatives we elected to show us that they are interested in addressing residents' concerns. Laughing at us during public comment doesn't do that. So this is the second time Mariah hasn't answered a direct question about the supporting documents for the third-party investigation and RFP. Can someone, anyone on this board, please let us know when residents will be able to see those documents you based your decision on last week? Short-term rentals. Be careful to consider a homeowner renting to a single person who then rents out the house to multiple people as an Airbnb. Don't let that be a loophole. For John, for your comment, the issue isn't on Stonegate. There is another location in Scio with side-by-side Airbnbs advertising renting to 15 people for each house, which has resulted in big parties and people wandering through neighbors' yards. Many on the board said it would be difficult to come up with a noise ordinance solution. Since it is a problem, thank you for starting the process to develop an enforceable ordinance. Community benefits. We need to use community benefits to make up for funding shortfalls for transit and fire and other projects. David, did we get the ladder truck completely funded through PUD and grants? Please answer that in the response section. Thank you, Jessica. Affordable housing should be a foundation of PUDs. Thank you, Laura and Mariah, for this initial outline. It's a great start. I imagine the final list will be much more detailed. And thank you, Kathleen, for highlighting the PUD shortfalls for Ember Grove. Developers consistently lowball public benefits at the beginning of the process, and highlighting the shortfalls that they are lowballing is important. And that's why this PUD policy and hopefully ordinance is so important. Well done tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Next up is Pat Stein. Go ahead, Pat.
Hi again. So listen, I'm so glad that Cheryl called in and gave such a detailed explanation regarding her minutes. That explanation should satisfy everyone. And all those who were criticizing the clerk and throwing accusations at the clerk, I mean, during public comments, that was one person after another. I expect now that the truth has been confirmed, I'm sure you'll be getting cards and notes shortly from all those people that were wrongly accusing you. Not so sure about Kathy Knoll, though, where she really indicated a total mistrust in the clerk, and it's not the first time that Kathy Knoll has not supported other women, but I guess that's the way it is. But I also want to thank Rob Pattinson. Earlier, all the comments last month about all the reasons that people had a hard time with the prevention of violence policy in the workplace. During Rob's last comments, he was concerned that the policy was going to be weaponized against the clerk. I'm sorry, weaponized against the supervisor, Jillian Carey. Thank you, Rob. It's encouraging to know that there is a member of the public, especially one who does so many public comments, to acknowledge that the supervisor does have a behavior issue. Thank you very much. And on that note, good night all. Thank you for.
Thank you, Pat.
Thanks,
Anyone else?
Would anyone else like to speak up public comment? Raise your Zoom hand. There are no hands raised.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn it? Public comment?
I have a response to public comment.
Sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to know, Rob, nothing nefarious, just the human energy proposal was one of the handouts at the last table. It was an oversight. Barbara and I will get that uploaded. We work very hard during doing normal things. I had an opportunity to meet with a wonderful group of women who are working to protect the 2026 elections. And they very thoughtfully pointed out the sort of corrosive nature of the conspiracy theory and the blog that's out there that's already posted about all of the lies that have just been debunked already. And they asked me, they said, you know what I'm really concerned about? I'm really concerned about when the 2026 election is questioned, what's going to happen? Where's the community going to be? And that's just what I got to say to folks, is that this is destructive, it's corrosive, and it doesn't help anybody. I would also note OSHA.org is not a government website. .gov are government websites, and would encourage everybody to check your sources. Thank you.
Okay. Sure, I guess we're not going in order. But
No.
it would be Trustee Knoll. And, okay. Trustee Reiser to talk on us, and no, actually, your report anyway. Okay.
Regarding the, Rob asked about the ladder truck. Well, we got a new pumper. We haven't gotten a new ladder truck, right?
Right.
And the new, it's being built. And I don't think it was completely paid by, no, it was only like half. We only got like 500,000 for that. 750,000. It's what, 1.2, is it something? Yeah, 1.6. Oh, geez. So no, I guess, Rob, I hope that answers your question. I'm done.
I think the rest of the ladder truck is included in the millage.
Okay, you've already spoke. I have nothing to say. Kathleen or Trustee Brandt, do you have anything?
No, I better not say anything.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn at 9:31?
So moved.
Okay, All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you.